Okie dokie. Yo guys, what's going on? I hope you guys can hear me very well and that I'm not speaking too. Let me just pop out the chat. Ooh. Just like so. Okay. Alright guys, I hope everybody's doing very well. And that since the last time you've been increasing the size of your map and not increasing but placing more things down, and that the last video or the last stream helped you out. So today we're going to cover we're going to continue with the roads because I haven't touched the map since last. I want to do it all on stream. So we're going to do some roads, some forests, some tree lines, some fences. Going to start mapping out some farmland, and then of course I'm going to show you guys a few one way of making your entire map one texture, and yeah, then we're just going to start texturing and a few tips of how to texture so that it doesn't look like it's man-made, but that it's a little bit more natural. Okay, let's get straight into it. Any questions? Pop them in the comments, either of the uploaded stream afterwards, or pop them into the chat, and I'll keep on popping up the chat every now and then just to check if you guys are still okay. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. That was about somewhere over here. So we finished this area. We got some nice twists. We got some rocks placed down just to remind us that we want some rocks placed down there. We got that road. And it seems like it's just... we could potentially place a lighthouse down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start placing a lighthouse down there. Okay, let's see. Snap to terrain, so that it snaps to terrain. We'll use the non-snap to terrain a little bit later to correct some issues at junctions. Then you use this little snap to terrain. But for now, it's just going to be rough. There we go. Okay, so we got another one coming up here for another farmhouse. Remember, what we're going to do is we're going to do new spline from selected, slap, slap. Bring that one in there, like so. And then like so. Fantastic. Gonna go to generators. Now, these little, just about here, right? These are all my favorited folders. Now I'm gonna show you guys how to favorite. These are the ones that I use. You feel free to, use them as well. There's pretty good ones to have favorited. So you've got your houses, you've got your generators, you've got your civilian, which is like all of these little things if you want to add some detail to the backyard of a house. Doors, I only use doors for like garden areas, but I'll show you guys when we get there. And walls, if I want to make walls without generators, so like 2 or 3 pieces stacked together. So let's show you guys how to do, get to generators. So you're going to start in Armor Forger. I'm going to click on this little button or on this side, but I use this. Click on that button, and then you're going to go to prefab library, generators, and here's your generators. And then you click this little star, right? Click the little star, that will favorite this folder, and you'll see it pop up on the left hand side as generators. Okay. Let's just double check if you guys can. Cheers, Darkwing. I appreciate you. Okay, hold on. Let me check. Let me check. See if I can increase mic volume. I'm just going to increase the gain just a little bit. There we go. Just let me know if that helped at all, because I don't want to be shouting down your ears. So I've... Okay. Fantastic. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Great stuff. So, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now you've got your folders. Now you've got your favorited library, which is generators. That's probably the first one that you want to favorite. And then you want to go into roads. Just drag this road, this spline entity, which is our road, into there, and apply the dirt texture. There we go. And just double check that it's nicely linked in. There we go. And now we just do the same for down here. I'm going to select this one. New spline from selected. Like so. And this one seems like it goes down into a little village. Here we go. Lovely. And it does seem like it's a little bit thicker, a little bit more thicker than the other road. So we're just going to place it one of these ones. So asphalt and one of these. I'm going to place one of these broken ones. So the two on the left are broken asphalt. So it's a little bit, it's got like potholes and cracks and so on and so forth. So these two. And holding down control, just clicking and making that intersection. So you guys see this little bump, right? So I will show you guys how we do that with snap to terrain. So you just unclick that, click on this little spline, and just lift it up just a little bit. Just so that we can get rid of this little bump area, so that it's a smooth drive for players. Just a little bit up. There we go. Not too much, otherwise you're going to have issues with it popping up instead of the down. So there we go. And then you just use the sculpting brush and start smoothing out these edges. Go around. I like to make it a little bit bigger and just all around the edges. Use that smooth brush. So, oh my word, sorry. I didn't explain what I'm doing. So what I'm doing right now is I'm using 1, 2, 3 on my not on my keypad, but on my keyboard. And 1 is sculpt, so this is a screen button, this green little thingy. And that just brings it terrain up. If you hold down Alt, it brings terrain down. Okay. So I'm just using it as a green one. And then we're just increasing the terrain on the sides of the road just to match it. And it doesn't have to be perfect, because there are sometimes in real life as well, there are some little embankments and stuff on the side of roads, which just gives that little bit of a real life touch, you know. Holding down Alt, it turns red, so that means it's going down. Pressing 3 for smooth, and decreasing and just smoothing that out. And then what you could do to increase, let's say for example 1, so we click 1 and then we go to sculpt. To increase the strength right here, you hold down Shift and just move your mouse up. I would recommend not going further than 100, right? If you go over 100, it gets a little bit big. So let's say 150. It just gets a little bit more uncontrollable. So I keep it at 100, which is perfect for me. I mean, you can always play around with it. And then radius. Radius is controlled by control. And then increase, moving your mouse up. Decrease, moving your mouse down. Okay, increase, up, decrease, down. Fall off, you can play around with the fall off. So the fall off is this circle within a circle. So taking that to 50, then the circle has decreased. If we take it all the way down to like 10, and the circle is decreased, and let's say for example we want to start digging into the terrain, you'll see that where that circle is, that's where the first point of contact is. The bigger that circle, the more evenly it will sink down, the bigger the hole is. I hope that makes sense. So let's take, for example, 50, and we decrease. That hole is quite bigger because, you know, we've increased the fall off. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. I leave mine at 60 for most cases, unless I've got it like at 70, just because I want to decrease the strength to about 30. And there we go. And now it's almost just exactly the size of the road. And now you make these sharp edges. But I hardly ever go over 60 with the fall off. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so that is how you play around with the sculpting tool. And you, of course, you've got flatten as well. Flatten has exactly the same stuff. So my fall off for the flatten is 100%. And then obviously radius is exactly the same. Radius is control. And then you've got height, right? So you see this, the bottom circle. the one that doesn't move. That, oh my goodness, sorry guys. That shows you the angle and the height of the terrain. This one that moves, this is the height that you want to move the terrain to. So you want to increase the terrain, or if it's below, you want to decrease the terrain. Now, if you click, you decrease the terrain to that level which you made. So let's say you made this little area, and now you can see that it's almost just one circle because the terrain is even to where you want to the height, this little height thing. So the terrain is even to the height where you wanted to put it. This is an easy way to, you know, make bunkers, flatten out the terrain before you place a home or a house. Or if you want to flatten out certain areas like fields and so on and so forth, that's probably your best bet to use that. Alrighty, cool. So I think I covered the terrain tool quite well. I don't use noise. I haven't really used noise unless I use it once for a foresty area. So if you click, it does provide you with a little bit of a bump in the terrain, like noise, but it isn't very useful. Click on smooth and just give it one tap, maybe 2 taps, and you've got a little bit of a bumpy terrain, right? Could be useful, couldn't be useful. Depends on what you want to use it for. Maybe, I don't know what you would. I tried to use it for like a foresty area, but I just ended up doing it manually, going in with the sculpt tool and just increasing certain areas, decreasing other areas, and so on and so forth. Then obviously you've got smooth, like so. That's just a smooth angle which the terrain goes down when you are busy sculpting. I've never used sphere, and I've never used invert sphere. It's either linear and sometimes, very little times, smooth. I could probably increase the times that I use smooth, but that's okay. And then rectangle. For sculpting, I never use rectangle. I always use rectangle for painting, which we will get into. But sculpting, I don't use rectangle. You could probably use rectangle for flatten tool, which could work quite well. But I personally don't use the rectangular shape for sculpting. And let's smooth this out using the rectangle and then switching it back to round. Save. Beautiful. Okay, let's start placing round more roads and then get into the rest of the stream. Okay. Seems like we've got a road going up here. I'll just make it one of these broken roads. Spline, slap it on there, slap it like so. Oh, okay, you see what happened here. I didn't have snap to terrain. It's checked. So wherever I click in open space, it placed it there. It looks like it's on the ground, but it isn't on the ground because it's got this little arch. Okay. So click snap to terrain. Now, quick way of doing this without like Control Z and then replacing them is press select all. So select all your vertices, the little points, and where is it? Snap to terrain. There's a snap. There it is. Snap to terrain. Slap it on. Beautiful. Now, strangely enough, in Enfusion, you can't select one of them, and unless I'm not very informed, but if you select one of them and all of them are selected, you can't unselect all of them and just select one. You've got to select a different, like a different point on a different spline, and then go back to that one. It's a little bit odd, but it's okay. You just deal with it. I think it's just part of Enfusion now. It's part of the culture now. There we go. And what we'll do is we'll just do that little intersection thing, lead it into the road, like so. And again, leading into the road, oh my goodness, into the road. Now this little area inside either could be filled with dirt, or it can be filled with asphalt. I'll take you guys through that a little bit later when we get into the textures. I'm just quickly going to check up on you guys. Fantastic. Great stuff. Another little road. There we go. Going to use exactly the same. Click on that. Slap this one. Go there, go there, go there. Go there, there. Voila. And like so. Cool. There we go. And on this side, bring it out a little bit. There we go. Fantastic. There we go. And we've got just a few more roads to go. Not too many. And then we can start placing down some textures, getting into some textures and some trees and so on and so forth. Okay. This one seems a little bit bigger. So what we're going to do is we're going to place the narrow. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought it crashed. Oh no. I thought it was dead. But it's okay. There we go. Just start playing around with these these little blue ones, these little blue spline thingies, just to make the curve a little bit more to your shape, to your liking. There we go. So if it's got this little red stuff, remember from last time, just drag it out and it will become a lot smoother. And cool. So we'll have rivers going down here and one going down the side of this road. There we go. Yeah, so we'll have a river going down this path, the side of this road, in these like a little spring turning into a river, turning into something that connects into the sea. I can't remember what it was. I don't know. And then another one over here. So let's connect this road. Hold down Control. Create those new points. Now I'm going to deviate from the sap map just a little bit. There we go. And I think actually I'm going to take this, I'm going to delete until this house. And I'm going to place a new spline. Select this one, holding down Shift. Selecting the back one just to deselect the both front ones. Just move it like so. Move it in place and narrow. The reason why I'm placing a narrow is a narrow asphalt is because in between these there are going to be 1 to 2 bridge pieces over a river, right? And connecting this to, actually, let me do this. This little narrow road turns into a, we can, as time progresses, we can start thinking about how we're going to approach this and how we're going to turn this double lane into a, like almost a single non-dashed lane. So I'm going to press W. Okay, instead of doing that, I'm just going to do this again. Like so. Bam. Bam. There we go. Okay. Now again, we've got this little breaking of the road. Uncheck, snap to terrain. And there we go. Just that little bit of, maybe a little bit more. Okay. You could even move this one up just a little bit. And these two. There we go. Yeah, let's go and check for more roads. So nothing on this side. Maybe gonna make this a river instead of a road. This one I'll make a road though, right there. New spline from selected. Oh, again, forgot to do the snap to terrain. So click snap to terrain and just get it. Cool. There we go. Come on, select please. It's not selecting the right one. There we go. We do have a little bit of a issue here, but we'll just hide that with the decal. And join these two. There we go. I'll check up on you guys in a second. Any questions, just pop them in the chat. Then we can have a chat about them. And there we go. So again, we've got this little bump. Just move it up. And get rid of this bump. Otherwise, it's going to send players flying. Cool. Okay. Double checking everything. Got 1, 2, 2 more roads, I'd say. Maybe 3. 3 more roads. And then we should be good to go. Yes, you can merge 2 roads. Not. I'll show you how to merge real quick. It's not exactly how you think it would be. Like making a T-junction. That's not, as far as I'm aware. I haven't tried that. We'll give it a shot. But as far as I'm aware, that doesn't work. But I'll show you how to merge anyways. Cool. And then we'll make a small river / stream. Cool. Cool stuff. Let's do this little merge thing. Okay, so let's say for example, you've got this little road coming out of here, right? So we select it, say new spline, just move this spline off just a little bit. Click, click. And now we're just going ahead and making a road, right? So you could theoretically take these two vertices, right? I'll just move them out so it's easier to see. Take these two out, select both of them, and click merge. They'll merge two roads into one, two splines into one spline. It does create a little bit of a mess though, but that's okay. Easy fix. So you can merge, but doing it into one, like making a T-junction out of it, you might want to have to delete one of the vertices, as there will be one too many. There we go. T-junctions. Now let's say, for example, this would be a T-junction, right? These two connecting to each other. Now if I merge this, you'll see a issue pop up. And lag, lots of lag. So you'll see it just disappears. So T-junctions can't be done, but your basic merges from one road into another road, which like the previous, like the example that we used, that just smooths in and then out. That can be done. But if it's a T-junction, ain't no way. That's when you start using decals and so on and so forth, just to hide and make it a little bit more like an actual T-junction, instead of just one road going straight into another, which we can see clearly is happening right here. Or even like this. This is a big no-no. You wanted to smooth it in, like so. And that's the wrong road. There we go. Make sure that when you learn how to save, right? Or not how to save, but make sure that you make saving a second nature, so that almost after every movement, without thinking about it, you do a quick save. Like, for example, right here, what I would recommend is, after moving these two splines, trying to make it even. Why is it not working? Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. And then press Control S. That just increases or decreases the risk factor of losing stuff if it crashes. Whoop. Just give me 1 second. Okay. So now we've got all the roads down, or main roads down. Oh, never mind. We've got these two. Which one did I say I'm going to make a stream? This one. This one just needs to be placed down. There we go. And new spline. Almost there. Oh, again. Come on, guys. Oh my word, I should be doing this correctly. Damn it. Okay. Here we go. Quick spline. Drag, drop. Drag this. Oh, not that one. Now, if you're watching and you're a beginner, either in the stream or in afterwards when you're watching the little upload thingy, make sure that you comment if you don't understand anything, if you don't understand something, so that I can explain it a little bit better. Or pop it in the chat. That also works. There we go. Sometimes it does go over. I'm not always sure why it does that. But it's something to do with like the priority, which you can set somewhere in here. I'm pretty sure. Interesting. But it's something to do with the priority. You can easily hide this by just using decals. I'll show you guys where to get those decals once we start cleaning up the roads. But for now, it's just nice and rough. And lastly, we'll just do this little one. I'm going to place a dirt road. Like so. Now, if you're wanting to make, roads actually work like they work in real life, you can definitely do that with giveaway signs and so on and so forth. I'll show you guys where to place those as well, which it just adds that little bit of extra realism when it comes to map making. That little touch of detail always goes a long way. You might not think it, but people actually notice. Place this one here, slap that one. There we go. We'll just fill this in with dirt a bit later. Okay, lovely. Alrighty, let's move on to... Oh, no, not yet, not yet. I just saw another road. Lost road, I promise. These roads are could drive a person mad. But wait until we get to the rocks. It's the rocks will drive you mad. Now, I do apologize, guys. I don't yet have my other screen, so I only have one screen at the moment. So if you do comment or pop something in the chat and I see it a little bit later than I would, it's just because I don't have two monitors at the moment. So yeah, I do apologize in that instance if I miss it. Let's make this a bit bigger. Like so. Let's move this to the side a little bit. Here we go. Maybe a lot of more. Okay, cool. And we'll just fine tune everything. We'll start at a point and we'll start fine tuning. So what we'll do is we'll start on this point right here. There's a little port thingy. Could be interesting. Place a lighthouse over here. And so on and so forth. So, okay, guys, let's move on to textures and how to place them, how to put them down, forests, and all the, pardon me, all the rest of the stuff. But before that, I'm just quickly going to check up on you guys. Terminator, you're correct. The rocks, if you're in the Discord community, you will know that rocks do drive people insane. Actually, that's a genius idea. Freaking using my phone. Hold on. Let me check this out. Sorry guys, Mr. Dorkwing is a absolute top G. He Yo, Emmanuel, how you doing? Okay. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'll get it up in a second. For some reason I'm struggling getting it up on my phone. Is it like an app? Like a Streams app? Interesting. Maybe I'm just being stupid. Yeah, on the phone. Oh, oh, there we go. Me being stupid. Sorry, guys. Okay. Seems like it's going. I've got it. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. Let's get into the painting. So, how painting works is you want to go to Armor Forger. You want to Control T, go to the little paint tab, and then you want to go to Armor Forger in your resource browser. And then it's, as far as I'm aware, worlds, oh, terrains. There we go. Terrains, common, and then you want to go to surfaces. Now, pressing the first one, clicking the first one, holding down Shift, selecting the last one, drag it and drop it on the right hand side. Right? You'll see it fill up like this. And then what you want to do is select anyone, it doesn't matter. Left click just in the viewport, keep it to 256 default value. You can increase this, but 256 is let's shop this. So you shouldn't have any issues. Select OK. And now holding down Control, it's the exact same as sculpting, right? Control increases and decreases with your mouse moving up and down. Strength is exactly the same as with sculpting as well. Holding down Shift, increasing to 40, decreasing to 40. Now, I use from 1 to 40. That's what I use. I use the freaking entire bar. Fall off, exactly the same, right? So within the middle circle, it's stronger. Within the outer circle, it's a little bit weaker. So this is what I use for like roads. So for example, if I want to start painting a road, I put it at 40 and decrease it to about 6. I'll just start painting. Now, obviously, people that are a little bit more experienced can be like, wait, why are you doing this? You don't have to paint under the roads. The reason why I'm painting under the roads is just so that I can get this little side stuff. So I'll be painting under a road like this. And then on the edges, it'll look a little bit more roady, you know? Sometimes you can add a little bit more of like a grass texture, like a wild grass type texture. grass is going to have a little dodgy, especially if your sat map is as wide as mine. It will have a little bit of a dodgy look to it, but don't worry too much about it because we're going to regenerate the sat map and it won't have any dodgy looks anymore. So now when you drive down here, you've got a little bit of dirt and you've got wild grass, you know? Pretty cool. But first, we want to cover this entire map with the following types of, grass, right? You can decide what type of grass you want to use. Me personally, for this map, I'm going to be using grass 3. Actually, let's double check. Let's use heather. Let's see what heather is looking like. And then mountain grass. It's always good to just do this little check. See which one you're going to go for. I think I'll be using mountain grass on the mountains. Obviously. It's in the name. And then just grass 3, which is a little bit longer grass. And looks a little bit more wild. I'll use on the flat surfaces mixed with heather, maybe. Depending on how much space I have within this block. So I'll speak about how to manage your space in a block, in this little yellow block, in a second. But let's right click, grass 03, and then full surface, layer, clear others. You do this at the start of your map making, right? You do it at the start. Otherwise, it's going to clear everything else in your map if you've had some progress. Action can't be undone. And then continue. Now you'll see your entire map is full of the grass that you've selected. Control save. Give it a second. I'll show you how to get rid of it in a second. I'm just making sure my game didn't crash. Get rid of the pebbles. Hopefully it didn't crash. Gonna give it one click. See if it works. Yeah, so if the fix for the white grass is normally, it's just the, oh my goodness. Come on, dude. This is just, oh my goodness. Horrible. You're supposed to do this faster, man. Come on, computer. There we go. Re-import done. So now we've saved. What we want to do now to get rid of, you know, grass showing through and everything like that. Control T. Go to manage. Import satellite map. So white grass for Emmanuel, white grass, you want to make sure that in linear color space is unchecked. It will still be white on the areas that the sat map is white, but on the areas that the sat map isn't, it will be a little bit less white, or maybe sometimes if it's a blue house, if it's like a house with a blue roof, it'll have blue grass. So you'll just have to manage that until the end and then redo your entire sat map, and then it will look beautiful. So make sure render roads is selected and click OK. This will re-import your satellite map and get rid of everything showing through the roads. So pebbles, grass, anything, check. Just give it a second. It's a big map, so it takes a while. Uh-oh. Oh no. Please don't crash. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. And there we go. Voila. We've got nothing showing through the roads, which is exactly what we want. Save this, Control S, save this, build your textures. If it crashes, just load back in and not redo, but build the textures again. But I hope that answers your question about pebbles and stuff showing through the road. It's a pretty easy fix, that one. I got you guys. I got you. To be fair, when I first started, I was like painting under the roads for so long, like making sure everything under the road was like dirt or asphalt. And then I came across this on the official Arma disc where I was like, no way. Spent like a few weeks just painting under the roads. Oh man, it sucked. Oh my word. Yeah, low. That is insane. I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Beautiful. There we go. Okay. Now, what we want to do is while terrain tile textures load, we're going to start painting a few stuff. And actually, let's start with this little area. I'm going to make that a farmhouse. So press V, go into polyline. I'm going to show you guys a little bit of a fence that you can use for farmland. Get up like this, like that, like this. Now, fences never really go to the edge of the road. So just keep it on the side like this. There we go. Bring it in like so. Save. And what you want to do is then at the top, right click, create new layer. The layer, what we're going to name it is fences. And this bottom one, I'm going to drag and pop it into fences. Double click fences, because that's the one that we want active. And now, you remember when I said make generators a favorite? So now you just click on generators. It takes you straight there. Boom, easy, without any clicking. It just takes you straight there. And then what you want to do is go to walls, and pole. Drag the second one on there, and you'll see these poles, farm looking things. Now, I am not too sure if the glitch still is out there about where it just, when you place one of these pole fences onto your spline, it just scrunches up in the side like this. So it just scrunches up. I'm not too sure if they fixed it or if it's still in there. But if it is still in there and all of these poles are scrunched up on the first point, what you want to do is you open it up, click the little open it up, blue one, click the blue one, scroll down, and this spline safety distance ratio, you want to just have a little fiddle with it. Just bring it down anywhere. It doesn't matter really. Just bring it down. It'll fill it up again. But if you move it, it will scrunch up again. And then you've just got to fiddle with it. It's an annoying little bug, but it's one of those ones that you just have to deal with. Exactly, Dorkwing. Favorites are a lifesaver and a increaser of work. How do you say that? Productivity. There we go. It's a productivity helper. So select your spline. Select this one, and this one is closed. Select that, is closed. It just brings it closer like this. Okay. So that's something pretty cool that I learned the other day. Okay, now inside of here, we can decide what we want. I'm going to make it cornfield, crop field. So this is perfect for this little rectangular thingy. We want to make the angle a little bit more so that it fits this side. $45 should do the trick. Actually, 43 maybe. There we go. Beautiful. Put it all the way to the 40 on the strength and just start painting. Now, don't worry too much of coloring in the lines. You should be pretty fine doing that. Decrease the angle, check it out, play around with the angle. Now, this crop field is going to be let's see. I'll paint that crop field and then I'll just do a quick test. It's always good to do tests. Just play around with certain things. Okay. And also, guys, I completely forgot to mention, you see this little yellow box, right? What this means is in this yellow box, you can have 5 textures, only 5 textures. So let's say, for example, you're building a farm in these four blocks, these four yellow blocks. You want to make sure that within these four blocks, you use the same, colors, the same textures. So I want to be using pebbles, dirt, and maybe asphalt. So that's already 3 in these 4 blocks, so that I can use a little bit of dirt here, and that means I can use a little bit of dirt there. But you just have to be strategic about it. Use the same textures within this area, otherwise you can run into problems. You've got 5 textures here, 5 textures here, and then you want to use a different texture and bring it to this block, and then you'll just see it stops dead in its tracks on the yellow line. So just use your textures strategically. The way that you can see, this little crop field thingy is click this live under cursor. If you don't see it, then there won't be a, oh wait, hold on. Oh, pardon me. So the live under cursor means, what does it mean? Okay, don't worry about the live under cursor. I was speaking about this diags for block under cursor. So it shows you how many stuff you have, like textures you have within a block. Okay. So without it selected, you just be like, you just go ahead and paint and have a lovely time. And then all of a sudden it'll stop dead in its tracks. You'll be like, wait, why is this happening? And this is why it's happening. You can only paint 5 within that block. Selecting this will help you manage your textures well. Cool. Another cool trick you could do is, I'm going to select the round one now, is for large surfaces like this, you can press F9, and that shows you, the texture where you want to paint and where you didn't paint. Clicking over here, holding down Alt, left click, and then you drag it out, and then left click again, and then left click again. Boom, boom. All the while, you're holding down Alt, okay? And this is just a quick way of making sure that you didn't miss anything, and then clicking on your grass 3 and just going over the edges that you missed or that you went over. Like so. So that is a pretty cool trick, a pretty neat trick when it comes to texturing, is this little F9. Not a lot of people know about it. So one of my buddies, he actually taught it to me. I can't remember what his name is. Night Raider? Night Avenger. He's a pretty cool dude. He's in the Discord. If you're not there yet, you should go and check it out. All right. So pressing F9 again. Now, right. Let me show you guys real quick what happens. So F9, you press W, okay, and you're out of texture mode, and you press F9 again, and it doesn't work. You're stuck in this mode. The only way you can get out of this mode is by pressing Control T, going into the paint mode. You have to be in paint mode, pressing F9, and then it will take you out. So don't stress if you can't press. If you press F9, it doesn't go out. You've got to be in paint mode for it to swap out if you press F9. Cool. Okay, now we've got a little bit of a farmland going, but you know, it rarely goes straight onto the. So you've got a little buffer zone. You need a little bit of a buffer in between, and what we're going to use for that is dirt. So dirt will be our buffer zone. We're going to decrease the strength, holding down shift, to about 4, right? And using that cool little trick, the alt trick, I'm going to increase the radius to about 2, holding down alt, selecting, slapping it like this. So this just gives you that little bit of dirt in between the grass and the crops, where you'd normally find, you know, the farmer walking around the fence checking for any like breaks or anything like that. That is if you want it to be that detailed. Boom. Moving on. Boom. And slap it like that. Yes, Mr. Dorkin, you've got a video, actually. If you guys haven't checked it out, Mr. Dorkin has a video about doing masks and painting the masks in Photoshop and putting it in there. So go and have a look at his video. It's very informative and it works very well. I don't know, Mr. Ranger. I think it's just, I don't know. It's just the way it is, you know. The Find My iPhone tutorial is just going crazy, man. Oh man. Yeah, I know. Love you too, Mr. Ranger. I'll be on today. Maybe not Arc Raiders though. Uh, we'll see it. We'll see about Arc Raiders. I'll watch a few videos on it. Make a educated decision. The thing is, right? Arc Raiders. I don't think they've got servers in South Africa, which kind of sucks. So now you've got to play on 180 ping, which isn't that bad, but it could be a game ruiner. Like it could ruin the experience. But we shall see. All right, guys, almost coming to the end of this little fancy thing. It does take a while, but you know, quality over quantity, in my opinion. So do that little bit of quality, even if nobody notices. I mean, the people that make mods will notice. They'll be like, "Oh, damn, this is pretty cool." So there we go. Beautiful. Okay, and on this side, what we can do right here is it does lift up quite aggressively over on this side. So what we can do is we can start placing embankments see if it's there we go. Beautiful. That's what we want. I'm actually gonna freaking star this one because we are going to be using it quite a lot. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, the Verdansk style stadium would be insane. That would be pretty cool. I did send you a few pics of that stadium. You should let me know what you think, Mr. Ranger. Okay. Yes, Lowen. A polyline texture would be insane. That would go quite hard. So let's place these embankments. Appreciate you, Mr. Ranger. I'll catch you later. Okay, there we go. Got that little bit of a, so we evened it out just a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. And now we just want to, oh yes, another cool little tip and trick for you guys. Holding down Alt. Oh, there we go. That is Mr. Ranger messaging me. Holding down Alt and then moving the object is freaking is the way to duplicate objects, which is insane. So again, I'll just cover it again. Hold on before I do that. Just gonna move this in place. So Alt and then move it on any axis, duplicate it without you having to control copy, control delete, or not control, sorry, control C, control V. There we go. Pretty easy. Cool. Selecting these ones like so, bringing them back just a tad bit like this, bringing it up, moving it back. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Now we've got some nice embankments on the right hand side. What we're going to do as well is, you see this little bit of this little distance between the embankment and the road. What I'm going to do is I'm going to place a little bit of a, going to increase it to 40. Go like this and just Drag it like so. Cool. Oh. Decrease the size. Cool. And then decrease the strength as well to about 3. And then just click. Just click, 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 click. Still want a little bit of, you know, stuff, but not too much. There we go. That already looks a lot better, like so. Already. The Battlefield Bad Company 2 map on the Forger would be pretty insane. Definitely pop that up. That would go hard. If it's made perfect, not perfect, but if it's made like 1-to-1, that'd be pretty sick. And then we've got the object brush. Oh yes, yeah, no, I know about the object brush actually. Now that you say that, it like disappears every now and then. It is a little bit dodgy. And then the object selection brush also disappears, but the object brush, yes, that one also disappears every now and then. Have you tried restarting the workbench? That is always the first thing I ask someone. Have you tried restarting the workbench? That normally works. If it doesn't work, I don't know, fix if it doesn't work without like just playing with it. It should still work. You should just not be able to see the little line, red line, not red line, green line. Oh yeah, totally. If a map is well made, people will enjoy it. In my personal opinion. But anyways, so okay. What we can do is we can apply a little bit of a generator here. So V spline this thing, bam, bam, like so. And this generator will be a crash barrier. So just on these sharp curves, we're going to add a crash barrier. Going to bring these back a little bit, like so. Click on generators. And walls, crash barrier, drag it. Okay, cool. And now we come to another little tip. So sometimes you do see walls and crash barriers and so on and so forth might be flipped the wrong way around. Now you may be tempted to be like, okay, I'm just gonna redo it. But one way of quickly fixing this is just select one point on your spline and select reverse. Voila, fixed within a few seconds. That is how you quickly fix a reversed spline, or even polyline works that way. Cool. Hold on. Cool. Yes, Emmanuel, you're perfectly correct. So it's armor reforger, terrains, common, surfaces. So it's these ones: armor forger, terrain, common, surfaces. And that's where you find all the textures, right? Then Control T, select the top one, holding down Shift, select the bottom one, drag them all into this little area in the paint tab, in this little area. Yeah? Cool. On the overlapping, after you mean the, let's say for example, Dork, do you mean this little intersection right here? Will they drive and like move from this road onto this road? Is that what you're asking? Okay. Yeah, no, 100%. They will drive without any issues from this road onto this road. It all becomes almost becomes like one road. In the AI's eyes, it just becomes one road. So you don't have to worry too much about that. Cool. I'm just gonna apply a few more textures, a few more stuff. Cool. Now, let's lead it into a this little dock area. Gonna make a little dock area, which would be pretty cool. So let's start strategizing how we'll do that. See, hold on. Okay, so I think how we will do that is it's going to decrease the time because it's getting pretty bright on my end. Okay, so spline, pop it in, grab it like so, grab it like that. Now we're just going to find some inspiration. I'm going to go like this. We're going to open up and we're going to say naval docks. Small ones. Could go to images. Fishing docks. Probably not naval docks because that's probably big ones. Like little docks. Fishing ones. There we go. Things like this. So we're just going to have a look, grab some inspiration. probably be a little bigger than this, to be honest. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to this. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna start painting some sand. Seabed, pebbles, some sand. So dirt 2 is very similar to sand. I'll show you guys. Look at this. So that looks a lot more like sand. And then dirt 1 is more like dirt. Okay. So let's start painting this little beach area. But lower this into the ground. Hmm. So this would be more like a cliff area, rocks and so on and so forth. I wonder. Prefabs. World? Location? No, come on. It's not that one. If you are struggling, also, if you're struggling to find some inspiration, right? Go to Arma, your forger, worlds. Make sure you save, right? Voila. Save. Go to Eden, eden.et, ENT. So Armor Forger World Eden, and they just launched them, you know, Everon, and go and have a look at how the devs did it. There must be a way to go, yeah, on the shore, like these waves. Like these waves, man. I'm trying to figure out myself how to do these waves. I've not really done, what's it called? Island maps before. So this is my first proper island map. So I'm trying to figure out how to make it go do the wavy wavies. I think it's to do with the distance it is to the ground. But yeah, we'll see. But anyways, let's have a look at. I know a pier is there. Where's Saint Pierre? Where is it? Here. There must be a. There we go. Lighthouse. I found him. So what you do is, if you find something, right, on Everon that you can't find in the resource browser, the best way to find it is just click it. So select it and press P. It'll take you straight there. Okay. So that works with anything. So you've got a few lighthouses in here. Let's have a look. at these piers. Actually, yeah, Dork, you're correct. It should be Pier. There we go. Look at that. Small port. Okay. There we go. Take some notes on this one. That's what I would do. I'd be like taking notes, being like, okay, I'm gonna place this there, place that there. Like this, for example. Voila. Okay, we'll come back to that. We're gonna have some looksies on these. Just here, this little thingy. Okay, all of this should be naval in the naval category. So structures, infrastructure, naval, piers. Okay, gonna open up the island map again. Oh yeah, I know. So much exciting things coming in the next update. I'm definitely looking forward to the next update. Like, oh man, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. And the destroyed buildings coming as well will be insane. Or like Ukraine map, so I can finally finish Ukraine, the Ukraine map I've got, like properly detailed, finish it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be great. Now we just wait for my computer to decide if it's gonna move from 5% or if it's gonna crash. You can erase the sides 15 wavy. You can erase the sides of the map if you want. Really, it's your map. You can decide how to you can increase. You can what you can, even can do is you can make it bigger. Not well, depending on how big the island is and how big you set your terrain to. You can make it to as big as you want it within little this little cube you see right here. You see this cube? Well, this cube right there? You can make it as big as you want it within this cube. But hold on. Like this. You can increase it, make it a little bit deeper, and so on and so forth. I think it's a underwater effect as far as I'm aware. In the PPE effects, let's see. There's a underwater effect. Let's see. No, nothing. Oh, it does look like it's got. Oh no, never mind. It looked like it had waves. Maybe add another post-processing thingy to it. Wet distortion effect. Interesting. We'll have a look at how whatchamacallit did it. How Oh, how do you put the ocean up? So how I did it is just I went in with sculpting and I just sculpt. I put it down. I put the terrain down. Oh, man, now I've got to do this again. So you just sculpt the you just sculpt the terrain into the ocean, if that is what you mean. No, no, no. Don't worry about it. You just sculpt it. This little, the nice thing about it taking so long to to load is it gives you time to have a quick coffee. Amazing. Don't worry, I got you guys. I appreciate Mr. Arma BTG. I got you, man. Okay, so now we've got now we're in the naval area. Now let's have a look at these piers. So again, it's your map. You can decide, even if it's not on the sat map, you decide, do you want it in there or do you not want it in there? Don't restrain yourself too much to a sat map. I like this one. I like the look of this. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take the sculpting brush. We're going to increase this. Increase the so that I can clearly see what I am exactly perfectly doing so that I don't make a mistake. So that was like this, just like so, unless it goes out and then in. So bringing up sorry, I was digging into the terrain. Oh man, come on. There we go. Okay, I was digging into the terrain. Perfect. Actually, you know what would be cool? Mr. Arma, you are amazing. I appreciate you so much. Damn. That is fantastic. There we go. Okay, so for this pier, perfect, absolute perfect brush would be your flatten brush. Exactly. So yeah, exactly, Mr. Way. You just flatten it like this, and then it would be actually perfect. I didn't think about that. There we go. And then all around it, you can just decrease like so. You can smooth it out just a little bit with a smooth brush. Uh-oh, no, not like that. Beautiful. And just smooth it out like so. Nicely. So there we go. We've almost got a pier. So let's double check. In. and then we bring it in like this. Goes inward like this. I appreciate you, Mr. Armorbot. I will keep on making these videos. I mean, I enjoy it so much. It's freaking awesome. I appreciate you. Just make these like so. Voila. Okay. And now it needs a road. Because that is what it would, that's what would give it that little bit of a, that fall off. Like so, and like so. Keep them in like so. Beautiful. Take these, just line them up, and use these blue lines just to. Then you know what? You can bring it out in, out like so, and then curve it into this road. We'll work on this little side in a bit. Go to your generators, then go to your roads, asphalt, and here you can decide which one you want to use. I am going to be using the narrow. There we go. And then a mistake that I just did, actually that I just noticed I did, is I'll show you guys in a second what I did. So now we've got this, right? And we can move these slightly like so. And we can start building all around it, which is nice. But the mistake that I made is on the left-hand side. If I take your focus to the left-hand side and you see these fences, right? Now, I started placing stuff that aren't fences in here because I had it activated. So, easy way to see where it is you select it, press F. Now you'll see, okay, so that is the fence. Second one, what is this? Okay, it's a crash barrier. It's a fence. Okay, we can leave it in there. Second one, okay, it's this odd one. I'm going to delete that. We don't need it. These ones, I will be making a new layer and call it embankments, as we're going to be placing a lot of these ones. Embankments. Take this, shift all the way down, drag and drop. Okay. Have a look, and this is a road, so we drag and drop it into the roads. This is how we stay organized. And again, we've got that issue where we are cutting into the other road. So just uncheck snap to terrain, lift it up just a little bit. Cool. Let me just quickly read the chat. You could potentially change the Y value of your terrain. I would, however, I would say I won't do that. The reason why is if you select your terrain, right? Let's have a look. Select our terrain. I don't think, because if you start playing around with your coordinates, it specifically says in the documentation, and I personally noticed it as well. If you start playing around with your coordinates, you'll have issues with GM. So what will happen is when you start placing things down in GM and you've got Y coordinates played around with, you place something and it will be placed all the way up in the air. It's weird, but it just messes things up. So what I would say is either sculpt into your terrain, or when you're in QGIS, I'm just going to quickly save. I'm going to launch QGIS real quick. While that sets up, you want to, it's just one click that you need to make sure that you did. Otherwise, it might be the reason why your terrain is above the whatchamacallit. Above the ocean. That's what I meant to say. Oh man, come on. Cool. I'm just going to say keep unavailable layers. So in QGIS, Mr. 15K way, what you want to do, right, is when you export your height map, you want to uncheck lower terrain to 0 meters. If you lower terrain to 0 meters, it puts it just above the ocean level, right? It just puts it above the ocean level. However, if you've got it unchecked, wherever it's going to be, wherever it's under the ocean, it will be under the ocean. Wherever it's above the ocean, it'll be above the ocean. So that you just make sure you've got lower to terrain to 0 meters unchecked. If it is unchecked, just take your brush, sculpt into the terrain, and just smooth it out so that it's nice and smooth, gradually moves up, if that makes any sense. Alrighty, so let's continue with this pier. So moving on to this one, we've got these pier stuff. Okay. So it was, what was it? It was armor forger, prefabs, structures, naval. There we go. Piers, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, now just to get rid of the, actually before we do that, before we get rid of the stuff in the grass on top of the, we just maybe, let me check this out, like so. I'm just dragging it all out just to check it, just to check what I need to do. What I can place down, what I can't place down, and so on and so forth. It's just a good idea to do a little bit of that. It's almost like scouting beforehand. Okay. bridge, which is nice. Sorry guys, I'm just dragging things out, just checking what they look like. Okay. First, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these. This one. Holding down shift, grabbing these. And I'm going to increase the size or increase the height of this pier to about so. There we go. And the inside looks like it has these things. I'm just going to roughly place these things, guys. So it's just going to be rough. Just to get an idea of what I want to do, how I want to do it. Another thing that we could do is we could go and check how Arma's devs did it at Saint Pier in on Everon. So if all else, not if all else fails, but if I can't get an idea of how I want to approach this, I'll probably go and have a look at how they did it. Recover. I think I'll start with the flat ones like this. Holding down control to just snap to terrain. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to delete that, press X, so that it's going along with the orientation of the object. And this will align perfectly, actually. And then we just adjust the road to how it needs to be adjusted. That is if we keep the road. We might not keep the road. Cool. Now we're just going to build the textures. Vertex snapping would be insane. Insane. Maybe it's possible for someone to code something into the as a mod for modders. A mod for modders. That would be insane. But that's definite code. And I'm not that smart to start getting into code like that. Beautiful. Just waiting on that at 62%. Oh my word. While that runs, we're going to have a more in-depth look at these piers. You know what would be cool is if we get some big ships and pop them in. That would be pretty sick. On let's see how far this is. Is it done? Yeah, it's done. Okay. Okay, so you see what just happened, guys. I moved it and all the piers just sank into the ground. So a way to change this or what's the word? Mitigate this. Select all of them, like so. Object brush. And some of you may know this, some of you may not know this. Not object brush, sorry, object properties. And general flags, uncheck relative Y. So this just makes that if you move something, it doesn't sink into the ground. It stays where you put it. There we go. So now we can move this freely. You know what? I don't think we're gonna keep this road. Okay, before I make some changes, I just want to go and double check they did it in Eden. It's always a good idea to go and check how they did it. Freaking. So that little bit of cross-referencing, seeing how they did it, matching it. And during this series, obviously, I'm going to take you through freaking from A to B. So sometimes, at some point, we'll come to a position where we're like, oh my word, I can't find this asset. So then we're going to take it to Blender, and we're going to make our own asset. Pop it in, add some textures, and then put it in the game. Huh. Okay. Okay. Cool stuff. So now, what I'm going to quickly show is what I've just realized they did is they took this pier with, remember it has two of these, right? On this side and on this side. What they did is they just deleted it. They just took it and deleted it. But you need to be careful, because if you delete one of these from this, you will delete it completely from this thing. So you need to be careful. So first you need to duplicate it and then do all the shabazz. But that's what we'll do. So let's just have a look. Look at the textures that they used. So they used pebbles. They used rock. So they used pebbles, grass 3, and rock. Not rock, but dirt. And cool. They do have a road in here as well. Okay. They've got these. I'll show you guys where to get these. I think our little pier is too small for these cranes, but it would be nice to have a pier big enough to have these cranes in them. And then these boats, props, boat wreck. We'll just pop them in as well. Okay, cool. Opening up the old island map. and then let's make our own little prefabs. Okay. Again, we're waiting for it to go up from 5%. Cool. How many hours till the update? Let's have a look. I don't know. It should be somewhere today or tomorrow, but I don't know how many hours till the update. Okay, there we go. Cool. So now that we know they've got a road, we won't be getting rid of our road, because I like the road. Gives you that little bit of a I'm just gonna paint this area with dirt, asphalt actually. Huh. Interesting. I hope they've got some good trenches, to be honest. Some quite nice trenches. That'd be insane. Okay. So it should be today. Somewhere today we're gonna get an update. Hopefully. But yeah, if they have trenches, that'd be insane. Otherwise, you just go onto Blender and I'll show you guys how to make your own trenches and stuff like that. The whatchamacallit, the industrial areas of the new map are gonna be insane. If we get some more industrial areas, I'm not gonna complain. I'm actually gonna enjoy that. Oh man, today's is Enfusion. It's just deciding not to be as quick. Oh, okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. Okay, it has decided that it's gonna play some games with me. It's gonna add some of these. Okay. asphalt. We're gonna do the same as what we did with the whatchamacallit, with the dirt over here. We're just gonna do that with the asphalt. It's almost like when you take it through the middle like this, it's almost like you're playing that game where you've got this it's like a little beeping game. You've got to keep the needle or the little circle inside, or keep the little wire inside the circle without the circle touching the wire. I don't know if you guys played that games as kids, but that's what it feels like when I'm doing this. Because I'm trying to keep it nice and even. Yeah, the rail cards. I saw the rail cards. That is insane stuff. Absolutely amazing stuff that are coming. Okay. Cool. Just do the inside a little bit like this. Now, bringing it back to the little thing that I told you guys about. We're going to place this down, right? But now we've got an issue, right? We're going to place this down like so. But we've got these things that are just in our way. This and this and that. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete that. Right click, duplicate. Call it this, underscore, we're going to call it left. Left side. I'm going to open this up, edit prefab, save all of this. I'm going to edit the prefab, and we're going to say, okay. So we're going to keep this side. So we're going to keep the left side. And now we're going to delete this. We don't need that. 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 Boom. Okay. Now this is our own prefab in our little island map. And now the cool thing what we can do here is we can delete, but we can also add, right? So we can go to embankments, or hold on, generators. No. Where was it? Power. Go to this, and I'll favorite naval. And let's see, what do we want to add, which would be pretty cool to have. Okay, I want to add one of these. All right. Now I'm making my own prefab here, which is pretty cool. You can even add one of those. I like these ones. They're bigger. Place it nice in the middle, nice and center. And the thing is, right, if you move something in real life, right, you're gonna twist this thing. Where is it? You're gonna twist this thing. It's gonna move. It's gonna do its thing, right? Once it's like placed down, it'll never be center, right? So give it a little bit of touch of humanism, a little unnaturalness. So it will be to the side. It won't be straight. It will be a little bit to the side, right? Okay, going back there, going to, we've just placed davits, lighthouse, piers. Let's see what we can do here. So we already have these. We've got those. What we can do is we could place a pier rail. We could place a railing. No. Don't want to place a railing. It doesn't fit. Seaboards. Slipway. No. Let's see. Okay, so we're in structures at the moment. Let's go prefabs. Props. Where's the props? Props and then naval. Okay, let's see what we've got in the props for the naval stuff. Fishing gear. Okay, lovely. Play some fishing gear. Snap it to terrain so that it's not floating. Like so. Snap this one to terrain just to double check. Okay, fishing line. Gonna place them over here. Gonna place this thing. I don't know what it is. It looks like a little hooky thing. Actually, if it doesn't fit, don't place it. Cool. Anything else? Because you don't want to overcrowd. The last thing you want to do is you want to overcrowd and make it look unnatural, as if you just start randomly placing things. Okay, that looks like a fishing dock to me. Save it, grab these, drag it, and put it underneath this left side. So if you select this, everything moves together. Oopsies. Save it and open up your island map. Mr. Armbot, I've got it's just practice. I spend way too much time on this editor and Enfusion engine. So if you once you start spending quite a bit of time in here, you start being like, oh, okay, I can do this. So then you like start taking things apart. Best way to learn is take things apart, see what they did and how they did it. So let's go to our pier that we just made. Drag and drop it. Twist it around and place it like so. And now we've created our own pier. Or not pier, but like piece of a pier. I'm gonna line it up just like that. Make sure it's lined up correctly. And that'll do. Yeah, great. Yeah, no, don't worry. I feel you. I've got about the same experience with that. It's a rough one. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're going to duplicate this, just holding down Alt, moving it to the side. Now, obviously, if you look at this, there's some duplication stuff. Now, you want to avoid looking at it and making it feel like I just did this, right? Just duplicated it over and over and over. So some ways that you can do that is you can go in here, you can rotate this thing just a little bit off so that it's not rotated the same way, right? And you can take these and delete them. can delete these, you can't delete them. No. Okay. So now we're just gonna create a new prefab. We're gonna open up this one. Oopsies, no. Hold on. Duplicate it and say, what is these called? What are these things called? Life boys. I'm pretty sure it's life boys. A boy. A boy. Okay, so we're going to call it boys. Left side boys. So then it's just going to be boys with a little bit of, with a crane. And we're going to duplicate this one. Duplicate. Left side. Underscore. Boys. Open up this one. Close that one. Edit prefab. Save. Yes. And now we're going to edit this one. We're going to delete this, delete that, delete that. We don't need this, we don't need that. Right. Go like this. Duplicate it. Holding down Control, right? You see what I did there? Alt, move, Control, and then it snaps. And you can snap it to there. And you can just move this one to the side a little bit. And this one is your boy. Maybe even another one. Okay. Cool. Save. And open up your island. Now we're just gonna wait. That's the one. Well, that's the one down thing about making a big map. Is the waiting time is insane. It's absolutely insane. It's not that bad, but it's still a lot slower than a normal map, a normal size map. Okay, remember what I said from last time? Just make sure that relative white is unchecked. It is unchecked on these ones, so that if you start editing the terrain, that your pier or the block doesn't go underneath the whatchamacallit, the ground, like so. And it seemed like it didn't save. Okay. Strange. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. I'll just drag these ones underneath. Oh, no. I want to drag this ones and put it under there. That's what we want to do. So that if we move this, everything moves together. Cool. Now we want to start pivoting inward. Before we do that, maybe another duplicate. And another duplicate. And you can place these fishing things on here as well. These fishing. Pier's navel. Gonna go to structures, or sorry, prefabs, props, naval. Just place a few of these just around so that the duplication seems less obvious. So I know I didn't explain what I'm doing right here. So I place it like this and then do something like that. So what I just did there is I snap to terrain, right? Right click, snap to ground, snap to ground. Okay. That's how you quickly snap things to the ground and avoid, the right click and then snap to the ground. Or not, sorry, that's how you avoid like going like this and having a look and like going, and there it is, it's inside. So that's how you avoid that tedious little work. What else can we place here? Yeah, that should be okay. You don't want to overpopulate it. Just want to populate it enough. So that's okay. That should be fine. The next one, all I'll do is I'll go like this. I will so the pros and cons about placing things on a map, right? So the one thing you'll struggle with, not struggle with, that you could potentially struggle with is poly count. If you don't know how to use Blender properly, then the poly count, and you don't know what poly count is, you're gonna have to learn what poly count is, decrease the poly count, and then bring it into Enfusion. You're gonna have to know how to add in different like colliders, LODs, which are for some reason I completely forgot what LOD means, but it's like the render version that you see from a distance. So from like up close, you see it in high quality. A little bit further away, you see it like in 2K, and then very far back, you see it like 240, 256 pixels. Level of detail. There we go. Beautiful. So your level of detail. Appreciate it, Mr. John Doe. So, but if you've got a good model from CG Trader or Fab, great. You don't have to worry about poly count. All you have to worry about is setting up collisions and setting up your LODs, bringing it in, and setting up your textures. All of that I'll be going through in this series. So once we got the Pier in, what I'll have a look at doing is maybe getting a free ship from like Fab, Sketchfab, or CG Trader or something like that, and putting it into the Pier and just letting it chill here for a bit, and teaching you guys about level of detail, poly count, and so on and so forth. Then it would be more of a Blender session than a Arma session. But yeah, I hope that answered your question, Mr. Arma, BTG. But yeah, A light tower. Could you place a light tower? I can place a light tower, yes. Let's place a lighthouse. You mean a lighthouse, yeah? You know what I'm going to do? So I'm going to place it right there. I'm going to move it out like so. Bring out the sculpting tool. Lift it up a little bit. Oh. Damn. Gotta wait for the 5 minutes to tick past. That's crazy. Thank you, Mr. Jono. I appreciate John Doe. I appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoy the videos. And yeah, no, the blended tips are gonna come. They'll be on their way soon. So just slowly but surely waiting for this timer to tick past. So guys, if you are not yet in the Discord, it should be in the description. This time I made sure about that. Let me just double check. Yes, it is in the description. Pop in the Discord. We've got about 925 people in there, modders in there. So join the community and yeah, check it out. If you've got any questions, pop them in there. You should be able to get an answer pretty quickly from one of the guys or gals in there. There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna bring it out like so. Snap it to terrain. Oh, actually, you know what? I actually need to show you guys how I snap to the terrain like that without doing the right click thing. So it's just a keybind that you set up, and it's going to increase your speed so much. So you go into the first workbench, right? You open up workbench, you go to the top left, workbench, options. Now you've got this little option button, right? Shortcuts, the very right. Now what you're going to do is you're going to set 2 shortcuts. One is the snapping tool. Where's the snapping? World editor. Here it is. Snap to ground, right? Snap to ground. What you're going to do is you're going to go Control +3. So you're going to click it, Control +3, right? Snap to ground. Easy, love it. Now, second thing which you want to do, or the other ones that you want to do, is that we are going to be using is select parent, which is Control 1. Control 2 is select children. Select snap to ground is Control 3. Snap to ground orientation by normals is Control 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what you want to do. Now, placing by normals, that is, I'll show you guys how to do that. So if you're placing it at an angle and you want your object to be placed on that angle, you'll press Control 4 and it will snap it to that angle instead of snapping it to the ground, placing it flat. It will snap it to the ground and on that angle that you want it to be. Placing physics, I don't use that at all. And the last thing that I would like you guys to change is this one, exit play mode. It will save you so much of a headache. So exit play mode is F4. Normally it's escape, but I changed it to F4 because when I'm busy in play mode and I'm busy in the arsenal and so on and so forth, I'm checking out a few like equipment that I put in and I press escape, what happens? I freaking end the entire session. And then I've got to relaunch it and it sucks because now you've got to, you're so used to pressing escape that it happens quite often. So pressing escape works to exit anything. You won't have any problems. And if you want to escape play mode, you just press F4. Voila. So those are the few things that I would highly recommend you change. Any questions, just pop them in the comments or in the chat. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, the fuel tanks. Indeed, the fuel tanks are definitely probably place them. Probably place one. About 3, maybe 4 fuel tanks could work. Let's get this lighthouse. This lighthouse done. What I'll do is I'll paint some sand. All around it. It doesn't have to be perfect yet. You can always there we go. Now, let me just show you guys what Control 4 does. I place it on this little slope, right? Control 4 places it on the slope, but at an angle, right? So that is what Control 4 does. If I place it here, Control 4, it's a little bit wonky. So when placing buildings, you want to use Control 3. When placing on a slope, like little props and stuff, you want to use Control 4. Okay, cool, that should be fine. We'll just play around with it a little bit later. Let's move back to this pier, because I do want to finish this before we close the stream. So on this side, I will be placing those big rocks. Border breakers, these ones. Oh, why are they so small? Come on. And they don't have any textures. So we'll use these big ass rocks. Hell yeah. Here we go. So, Mr. Real Nimble, when it comes to sculpting, you want to keep your sculpt brush, right? You want to keep your sculpt brush at 30, not 30, pardon me. You want to keep it like 1. At 0, there's nothing. So there will be no effect at all, right? But at 1, you'll have a tiny effect, like you could probably not even see it on the screen, right? I keep it 30 for like basic stuff. It just, and then you just click, slight clicks, like little clicks, and move your mouse down. Little clicks and move your mouse down. That just gives you that little bit of more control over your sculpting. So hope that answers the question. Use the shift to move up and down in strength. There we go. So let's continue with these breaks, these breaker things, like we see on here. Like we see here, we can see these breaks all the way onto the beach, curving around. There we go. Okay, and what we can do is we can go into Control T and go to the flatten brush and just flatten this out, like so. Flatten this out and then smooth. Now you guys see the rocks are moving downwards as I'm smoothing, so all of them have what's that, y-intercept, relative y selected. So instead of going one by one, selecting each individual rock, which you could do, you go to this object selection brush, you just hover over, select all of these, uncheck all of them, relative y, and voila, you won't have that issue anymore. Okay. And we do have grass growing over there, so we'll just fix that in a second. Okay. Let's go to paint and let's add some not dirt 1, but dirt 2. There we go. Lovely. And what we can do is we can add some pebbles. Decrease the strength to about 10. And just add some pebbles. Have a look, is it the right pebbles? Yeah. And just give it some light taps. Just tap your left mouse button. Tap. Okay, let's have a look. Sorry. Oh, so what makes it down versus going up? Sorry, mister, I didn't see that. Real nimble. So what you want to do is in the sculpt, Alt makes it go down. So holding down Alt and clicking makes things go down. Holding down nothing else and just left clicking, that goes up. So that should answer the question. I appreciate it, Mr. I'm so sorry, Mister. I don't know how to say your name. The Ukraine dude. Uh, it seems like honor. I may be completely wrong. I'm so sorry, but I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm glad you're learning a lot, and that I'm helping. So I'm actually going to decrease this strength to about 4. Let's do this. Just swipe it over like so. Okay. Now there is a lot, and now you just go over with dirt 1. Just tap, 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 tap. Pebbles 2. A lot of clicking involved. Sorry, guys. And then on the beach, we'll have some pebbles as well. So yeah, that is about what you want right there. Some sand, and some pebbles. Mr. Meltzer, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm doing very well, keeping good, healthy. Hope you're doing well as well. Oh yeah, no, I can imagine the DLC's keeping you busy, freaking insane stuff. But you've been putting in the work, man, and it's been looking beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Actually, guys, this Mr. Meltzer is the guy that taught me um, about this F9 trick, this little F9 trick. So all credit goes to Mr. Meltzer. He's the man. So here we go. Previous little bit back into the video or into the stream. That is where I went over this little F9 trick. Completely covered it and explained what it is. Okie dokie. A little bit more of this. That's the wrong dirt. Okay. Now we just need a standard pier. Line these up. Like so. Make sure they're lined up well. Here we go. Almost there. Okay. It's taking long. Sorry, guys. There we go. Beautiful. I'm just reading through the comments. That's why it's not moving. Or the chat. Oh, on the shore. The water will go up and down once I figure out how to do that. At the moment, I'm just like, eh. I wonder if it's a shore map. Maybe that is what it is. Hey, okay, hold on. Let's save. Let's save real quick. Let's build a shore map, guys. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay. There we go, guys. It's that's what it is. Okay, you build a shore map. Voila. Huh. Interesting. Got these tiny little waves. Oh man. Okay. Cool. We figured it out. Let's go. One thing sorted out. Now we need, what is it? Did you say debris? Debris rock? Some rock debris. Oh yeah. That could go hard. Oh yes. No, it's just about blending these in and out. A lot of clicking involved again. Sorry if you guys can hear it. I tried to add a noise cancellation thingy, but if it's not working, just let me know. Let's add these pebbles. Oh. No. Don't crash. Damn. It crashed. Oh yeah. It will definitely create a nice blend. The freaking the rocks with the sand. Would you have sand up there? You would. You would probably. Now we wait for the 5% again. Let's go. Mm, okay. Well, once I'm finished with the pier, we're going to end the stream, right? Um, After the stream, I'm going to add some chapters to the stream so that you can just quickly skip from one to the other and without having to watch the entire thing. Um, oh, I've funnily enough, Mr. Ranger, I've got it on my phone. I just I sometimes read it quietly, um, but I'll start reading them out loud, um, and then we get some more engagement. I appreciate the advice. Alrighty, we've the 5% is passed. Now we can continue with uh, with our texture that has been completely wiped. Um, so that's what happens when your thing crashes and you don't save the without you saving the texture paint, and then you well you save it, and then so what happens was okay, damn, sorry, like no, it's okay, it's not that bad. We just it gives us a fresh start, and if you save, just make sure you save, make it second nature, and it does these odd things for some reason. I don't know why it does this. These blocks, but it does them. Enfusion is weird sometimes. Sometimes it makes you old. Look at that. It's freaking weird, man. You know, it's a, oh, smile and wave. That's all I'm gonna say. Damn. Mr. Meltzer is saying very much looking forward to the mid-December. First raid of Borderlands comes out. Yes, Mr. Meltzer is a level designer there for Borderlands, which is freaking insane. So been a great chance to sketch out your life, sketch out skills solo. Oh yeah, I can imagine. I'm looking forward to seeing it as well. Oh yeah, you betcha. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I will be having videos on conflict. Actually, in this, once we've got this entire map done from A to B, not this entire map, but this island, I'll set up for conflict, like a small conflict, and I will place pieces of conflict. Pieces of conflict. I'll show you guys how to make a little conflict on this small island once it's all set up. That is definitely in the plans. Also, a GM will also be placed around. But yeah, okay, let's place these ones like so. Is the shore map still working? Yeah, it is. Oh man, I'm so happy. So happy that was figured out. Okay, now we can start placing around these ones like so. And I'll put up I'll start placing again. I placed it in the wrong area. So we just call layer navel, and rocks. And I'll place all of these using the select brush. And place all of these in the rocks. Come on, dude. So right click, select them like this, like so. And a quick way to do it as well is Control L or set layer rocks. Voila, instead of dragging them down if you can't drag them down. Mr. Terminator. Freaking, you're so right. Rock Simulator, insane. We're getting onto it. It's gonna be after these rocks. I'm not gonna have any hair left. Freaking appreciate it as well. You're absolute legend. Absolute legend. So we see Mr. Ranger says, I should send you my beach invasion map that I finished and never released. So Mr. Ranger right here, 69, he's got a freaking amazing looking beach invasion map. He set it up and everything. And then I lured him into Unreal Engine. And yeah, now he's busy with some special stuff. I might ask him to once he's ready to send it, once he's ready to announce it, we can announce it on stream. So that'd be pretty sick. Mr. freaking Ranger, I appreciate you so much, Mr. Daryl. That is very generous of you. Thank you. So Mr. Meltzer says, I find it happens when neighboring tiles don't have matching. Oh, the thing that happened don't have matching material to the one tile that messes up. I'll usually do a small click of the missing material from the neighboring tile. Temporary fix though. I've never messed. So Mr. Meltzer, I definitely will try this. I'll give it a shot. Hopefully that fixes things. And then I personally never really experimented with scenario frameworks, but I would like to set up some scenarios, especially for this map. I really want to get into that and check it out. Appreciate it, Ranger. Legend. Appreciate you guys so much. All right, let's place these. Let's place these rocks. Right click, set layer, rocks. And actually double click on this layer to set it up like so. Okay, now the boring part, placing them down. There we go. A little bit of a rotation. There we go. place them like this. There we go. That should be okay for now. You got a scenario for the invasion map. Made an Iowa, Iwo Jima scenario framework mission once. If you need help, so Ranger. That is, there we go. Scenario framework. Actually, that would be insane. I'll actually meet up with you. That is top notch. Just to see how you did the scenario and checked it out. That'd be pretty cool. I think Ranger had a conflict map set up, conflict scenario set up for the invasion map, the beach invasion map. I'm pretty sure he did, but correct me if I'm wrong. Okie dokie. Now we're going to line up some piers on this side to make it more look like this, right? Actually, looking at this, we probably delete some of these. Like so. More rocks. Love it. Okay. There we go. Cool. So, more piers. Let's have a look. See. Okay, we've got that side. We need this side. So we're just going to place them like, make them normal. Like so. Let's see. We've got these corners, which we could use. Could use these corners for these little tight turns. Using the orientation, swapping the orientation to the orientation of the world instead of the object. Placing it like so. And maybe a 60 angle. Will work. Swapping again to the object of the orientation of the object. Just to get those fine tuning. I think that's as perfect as I can get it, like so. Now I know we've got these issues. I just want to see before I like go in and spend the time on making a new thingy. I just want to see if it's going to work. Maybe a 90 degree. That might work better. Mm-hmm. 90 degrees. There we go. Beautiful. There we go. That's what we want to see. Okay, so we'll just, instead of these, there is a way. So what we're going to do is we're going to press P. We're going to find this one, duplicate it. Okay, just like the previous one. And we're going to say blank underscore blank, because it's not going to have these back ones. Open it up, edit prefab, save this, yes. Open it up like so. Delete this because we don't need that. Delete that because we don't need that. And then save it. And then we could say re-import. And then just make sure that everything is deleted. Save. Island map, open it up. And voila, there we go. That is, then we've got that done and dusted. And just waiting for the 5% again. Slowly but surely, we are making our way there. Damn, yeah, this one is taking its time. Freaking hell. It's not liking me changing the pier. There we go. Okay, cool. So another cool trick that I saw somewhere, but we're gonna replace the prefab. So select the prefab, replace the prefab in map with our own prefab. Let's see if it works. So it should keep the orientation. It does. It does. Okay, cool. So again, I'll cover it again. Right click on the object. Replace with prefab in map. Select the one that we just made. There we go. Oh man, that makes it so much better. Voila. How do you change the color of the trees? And so changing the colors of the trees to autumn. Yeah. Oh, it's a long process, but it's not a long process. You just have to we'll just divert from the pier making. We're almost there. Right click on your, or actually double click on your grass material, right? Navigate to file, right click, then you want to duplicate this file, right? So I'm actually going to do it with a crop field. So let me just double check the crop field 1. So I'm going to double click the crop field 01, right click, duplicate underscore, I'm going to make it green. Okay. Make it green. Double click, open up your duplicated one, make sure it's a duplicated one. And now, up here where the color is, you can just play with the color. Slap it on green. A nice green. Just bring it down. Make it a... You could start playing around with this green. A way to see it as well is, so what we're going to do is we're going to have to drag our new crop field into here. So we're going to find our crop field down here. Terrain. Oh, no, not terrain. Terrains, common surfaces. Our double crop field, and drag and drop it in here. Perfect. That is how you want to do it. Oh my word. Metzler? Damn. You're insane, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Yo. Hope to see you do many more of these streams, man. Especially with the new content coming in with the next update. Definitely the next update. Insane. Looking forward to that. A great time for others to learn and get into this wild hobby and passion for projects us creatives get ourselves into. Man, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, no, it's freaking awesome. It's great. So you've got your crop field now. You want to select your crop field, and let's just paint it over here like so, right? And you can already see it's green, but what this is your flat texture is green. So the flat texture underneath is green. So that's not really what you want. You could have it a little bit green. That's not really exactly how you want it. You could have it a little bit more green as the plants itself are going to be green. So now how do you make the plants green? You make the plants green by changing the what was it? I think it's the surface properties or the plant mat. Let me just double check the plant mat. Yeah, it's the plant mat. So you want to duplicate the plant mat. Now you don't want to play around with the normal plant mat. You want to duplicate the plant mat. This is going to be wheat. You're going to say _green. Slap it like that. That green button right there. Open it up like so. But you don't want to save this like so. However, here you want to change the, where is it? Okay. So now that you've got that green, right? You want to, I'm all over the show. I do apologize, guys, but I'm all over the show. Now that you've duplicated it, right? You want to drag the duplicated wheat onto the old one, so the plant mat, in your duplicated crop field green. Hope it's making sense so far. Okay, great. Now that you've taken your plant material into your, oh goodness, I'm saying duplicated so many times. Okay, I'm confusing myself. Now you want to open up your plant material, your duplicated plant material. You want to open that up. Cool. Like so. And now you want to play around with the color. Put it on green. Bring it down. Lift it up a little bit. And test it out. See where it see what it's like. Okay? Save. Make sure you save. Save. Close it out. Okay. Cool. check out the wheat. Make it fully green, actually. Make it fully green. Then you should be able to see more. Okay. It's not working. Huh. Am I busy playing around with the wrong thing? Hold on. Ignore this part for now. Not it. Nah, it should be that. It should definitely be that. The surface properties is something else. Let's see. Light transmissency. Let's open up this and that. Yeah, it should be this. Color. Make it red. Save. Control T. Paint. Oh, it's red. There we go, guys. it is the right one. So that's how you change the colors. Now we're gonna make it green. It's a nice light green, almost as if it's not ready for harvest yet, but it's almost there. So there we go. It's almost there, but it's not yet ready for harvest. So that is how you change the color. Hope you guys followed that. If not, I'm just quickly going to cover it again. Just quickly go over it. First, double click on your desired change of color. Your texture that you want to change color, double click it. Okay, once you've double clicked it, it'll bring you to this. Right click on the top, navigate to file. That will take you straight to the file. You want to duplicate that file. So duplicate the texture, slap that duplicate button. That duplicate button, that duplicate will then take you, and then it will make a new duplicate, or it will make a duplicate and will take you to where that duplicate is stored, which is in your files, terrains, common, surfaces, and that's where it will be stored. So it will take you straight there, right? Then you're going to double click your duplicate texture. You're going to change the top basic material maps and modifiers color just a slight bit to wherever you want. Just a slight bit. Maybe even you don't even have to change it. What you do want to change, if you want to change the color, is you want to scroll down to plant material, right? Click the little magnifying button. This plant material will take you to wherever. Oh, I should probably do it in the other one. But this plant material, you click on this one, you see where it will take you straight to where that folder is. You want to duplicate that folder and call it something 01 underscore, whatever you want to name it, green, yellow, purple, blue, whatever. Duplicate it. And again, once it's duplicated, it will take you to where the duplicate is stored, like here on my left-hand side. You want to open up the duplicate, and there in color, that's where you want to change it. You can even start playing around with the AO scale, the roughness scale, the wetness scale, and so on and so forth. All of these figures you can start playing with, because now it's yours. It's your duplicate. Another cool thing that you can do for those of you that are interested is you can change the plants, how many plants are within a certain cluster, blade count, height, you can increase the height. So let's put it on 3. Actually, I think it can only go to, yeah, 3 is the max. Okay, let's save that. Now it's like an actual crop field. One of those American style crop fields with corn. Those cornfields. There we go. And if I save this and I load in, let's hopefully I don't crash. It's huge. There we go. So now you're running through a cornfield. So that is pretty cool, guys. And then if you press escape, now that we've got the settings set up, or the whatchamacallit set up, you will go into here instead of exiting out. If you press F4, now you will switch to this mode. I'll be setting the height of the crop field to 1. Not that high, but quite high. Actually, probably not. Maybe like 8. No, 0.8. So yeah, guys, that is how you change the height, the color of any material in your of the base game materials. Now, obviously, what this means also is these crops, right? These crops are 2D images. This means that if you are interested, you could. Now, I personally haven't done this yet. I'd like to do it. You could bring in your own crops and your own stuff, like this image. Study this image and make it like almost like it. And you can bring in your own text, your own like plants, and just pop it in this BCR map, and then the opacity map, and then the NTO map, and that's how you do it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Now for now, I'm just going to make this like so, and we're going to head straight back to the pier. Finish up this pier. It's okay. The Nebraska map would be insane. That'd be pretty cool. Yes, you can fix it. Like you could fix the whiteness with this method. However, I'd say that at the very end, don't worry too much about the whiteness, right? About all this very white grass. At the very end, you'll go and you'll do a sat map regeneration. What this means is wherever you have painted rocks, so wherever you've placed rocks, there will the texture of the rocks will be embedded into the sat map. Wherever you've painted sand, there will be sand on the sat map. Wherever you've painted wherever you've painted, what's it called? Grass. There grass will be. So it will be like green grass. Instead of like these white flushes, it will be green. So don't worry too much about the whiteness. So we're just gonna slap these ones together. Like so. I need to figure out what on earth is going to happen in this section. uncheck this. Bring out the old flattening tool. Oh, okay, guys. Let's wait 5 minutes for this thing to make up its mind. See if we can sat map this thing or sculpt this thing. Yes, it will make a new. So Dorkwing asks, will it make a new sat map from the game textures? Yes, it will make new textures from the game textures. So new sat map from the game textures. Once I'm finished with this pier, just before I finish up with up the stream, I will set up a. I'll quickly pull up my Redinsk map, my Ukraine map, which I remade the sat map on, and it looks very nice. So I just did it as a quick test, but it looks really nice. No worries, I got you guys. I got you. We're almost there. 1 minute. Oh, that's not even 1 minute. That's probably like 20 seconds. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Let's flatten this out. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. And all I'll do on here is I will paint it like so. Fantastic. Duplicate. Slap another duplicate. Yeah, 30 degrees will help and will work. Just gonna have to bring it down a little bit. Now you're never gonna get it absolutely perfect, but let's try and match it up just a little bit. This little bounce or this little up and down, that's okay because it goes down on this side. Or you can just move it up. But I feel like if I move it down and keep it in line, it should be okay. 30 degrees. Slap it like so. There we go. Beautiful. And I think another 30 degrees will work. Here. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. I'll just line up the road with this pier. There we go. Beautiful. We got to go and we can take this and sculpt. Take the paint and paint it like so. Sculpting tool, you can just take it down all inside of the pier. Save. There we go. Okay. Take this one and right click, duplicate. Gonna call this one just left side. Actually, just left side blank. Just gives us more opportunity to have some, just to be able to play around a little bit more. There we go, take away this one, and this buoy. Buoy? Right click, re-import. Okay, now we're gonna have a 5% again. Any other questions while we wait? Just pop them in and I'll try and answer them. Oh yeah. I mean, we can add ladders on the whatchamacallit, on the thing just manually, without having it to be a prefab. But ladders are that would be a good idea. And then Mr. Dragon Killer is asking, do I know when the 1.6 update will release? Unfortunately not. I'm convinced it's today, but I may be very wrong. I think it was Mr. Dorkwing that said it will, it was 14 hours ago that they said it's releasing in one day. So it only makes sense that it would be during today. So we shall see. Beautiful. There we go. This looks a little bit too, excuse me. We're gonna use the delete it from an inactive layer. We're gonna use that cool trick. Just select it, right click, replace with prefab in map, and we're going to select this one. over here. What can we do? What can we do? Let's see. What creativity will come up? I don't know. Actually, could be a place for small boats. Add ladders. Yes, Mr. Indeed, I should add some ladders. Mr. Dorkwing also said, we need to add some ladders, man. Get them in there. I shall be adding those ladders. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Oh my word, actually guys, press if you are just building and not sculpting, press F11, makes the screen almost full screen. And then click on one of them and press P to bring up your resource browser. So now you don't have to worry about anything on the left or anything on the right. Now it's just your big screen and your resource browser. Where would I add a ladder? Probably down here. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna add a slipway in here. So I'm gonna delete this one. Bring these out like so. Bring these in. A little bit more out. Like so. Piers. We're gonna add stairs. Okay. Where's the one that goes downwards? We need something that goes downwards. Slipway. No, we don't. Can add one of these things to the slipway. We go to structures. Building parts. Entry. Here we should find a slope. Let's have a look on got a tiny slope. So it goes straight from the pier. So this is actually irrelevant. You don't really need these. You just need this. Otherwise, how are you going to get the boats into the thingy? Into the ocean? There we go. And we control to snap. Bring it down. Bring it in. You've got a nice slope going here. Select all of these. Oops. You can even bring it more. Down here, if you're really into detail, do that. So, and so. Voila. So Mr. Meltzer says, I'm surprised you don't copy the copy paste object info to get more precise and even placement for smaller stuff. Like those stairs and dock. Copy the info, you say? Like you mean the coordinates? He says, I usually do that with my rotate snap tool turned on, so I can quickly copy paste info from one asset, then duplicate that info to the next asset with movement snap of 0.5, rotate snap of 15. Huh. Good morning, Mr. Popka. I will be making more Blender tutorials. Enfusion materials are a bit confusing, setting up roughness, maps, etc. It is confusing, but I will be covering it during this series. We'll be making custom assets, putting them in, and bringing bought assets also into the into the map. So all that will be covered. So he says, go to the object properties of this thing, right click, transformation, copy. Actually, hold on. Let me right click. Copy group properties. I'm assuming that is. And then paste. I'm pretty sure I'm doing something wrong. Damn, look at that. Freaking Mr. Meltzer with the W. Oh man, you learn something new every day. That is genius. Okay, so you say right click, copy group properties, click on there. No. Right click, copy properties. Right click on this one, copy and paste. Damn, look at that. Elite level of okay. I know, Emmanuel. This is blowing my mind. Copy group properties. Facebook. That's crazy. Nope. That is pretty crazy. Alrighty. That is quickly going to become a chapter. So, what you want to do when you want to snap things together, we have learned from Mr. Metzler that you can rotate snap to grid, you can move snap to grid, and you can don't scale unless it's rocks. But you can move and rotate snapping to grid. So I've been shown that if you want to snap something, let's say for example, you don't have this on. By default, you don't have these on, right? These snap angle, snap things. So you move it over here, you want to place it, you place it perfectly. And you're busy freaking going in and trying to place it perfectly like so. Slowly moving it like this. And now you think it's perfect. But how you do it is how I've been just taught is you select an object. Let's say for example this pier. You right click on the transformation, you copy group properties, you select your object, you right click, you paste the properties. Okay. And now before you move anything, you go and press W on the keyboard. That will switch you to the move tool. Click on move, snap to grid, keep it on 555 or 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And then you just move it like so. And move it down. And now it's perfectly in place. And now press E to rotate, snap to angle, and rotate this bad boy into place. Perfectly snapped. And all thanks goes to Mr. Meltzer. Oh man, that's brilliant. Okay. Let's see. Houses. What type of houses do we have? Okay, we got some pier cottages. That could probably be placed on that side. Works great for adding the ladders to the edge of the platform too. There we go. Not a lot of talking is involved in this part. Sorry, guys. Oh, this is brilliant. Okay, now we just leave it like this. Maybe. And you can have a little boat there, a little boat there, 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 and there. In between, I don't know what to do in between. I'm just going to leave it open. You know what? I'm going to place a ladder right there. Nature sounds. You want to add nature sounds by adding a, what was it? World sound, forest sync. Ambient, I'm so sure it was an ambient thing. Radio, graphite. Ambient sounds. There we go. Ambient sounds underscore Everon underscore 1. That is what you want to add. So Dragon Killer, if you didn't grab that, That will be ambient sounds right here. Ambient sounds. And in here, it is all the vegetation and trees and birds and so on and so forth. Okay, let's add some ladders. Let's see if I can remember where it is. There it is. Okay. So we grab this one, right click, copy. This one, right click, paste. And now it's nice and almost. Let's make it 5 centimeters. Like so. Almost. Beautiful. Lovely. There we go. Now someone can go in for their morning swim. Into the dock. I'll probably add some different ones. Some all over the show. But let's get this done and dusted. 50, 50. Smooth this out. Oh, okay. Let's wait a few minutes. Anyways, guys, any other questions, just let me know. I know Mr. Meltzer says so awesome. Love working, love working like that. Keeps working on the grid, makes working much easier. Also takes out a bit of worry if things are linked up, if things are linked up correctly. And I agree 100%. It definitely does. I already feel it. I'm like, oh man, damn, this feels good. I don't have to worry about anything too much anymore. So yeah, no, I appreciate that tip, mister. I'll add in the textures a little bit later. Now it's just getting this done. And then redoing the shore map. But before we do the shore map, I just want to double check a few things. Um, alrighty. No worries, Mr. Emmanuel. Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, the video will be up right after the stream with chapters. I'll set in some chapters so that you just skip around wherever you want to be, and that should be perfect. But yeah, again, thanks for tuning in, Mister. This is probably the coolest trick I've ever learned. Freaking awesome. Just switching it to the different things as well. Now you don't have to worry about, is it in line? Is it not? Now you just do it. Oh man, it's great. Same tricks work very well in Unreal Engine 5. Yes, Unreal Engine 5 snapping is amazing. I agree. Shift right click on the transform, quickly copy. Oh, I didn't know about the shift right click. Damn. Shift right click, shift left click. Should actually see if that's a option in Enfusion. Make it shift right click, shift left click. Paste that into another object. Yeah, that's awesome. Actually, Ranger, you see that? I'll link Ranger to that. He'll enjoy that little tip because he's busy with some nice stuff in Unreal Engine at the moment. Oh yeah. Let's see. These ones, boom, and I think yes. Hmm. Bring this one in. Okay. And now we just need a tiny one in between here. Okay. Oh yeah. If you can add that, Mr. Emmetsler. Is it okay if I just call you Emmett? I feel like I'm butchering the name. I'm so sorry. Um, but yeah, that would be insane if you can add that to the UE5 knowledge in the Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's extend this one just a little bit more so that we can that. Voila. And now we have a decent pier going here. Uh, Pretty much trying to replicate that. All right, I'm gonna call you Avenger then. 100%. Um, okay, cool. Let's have a look. Pier cover. Mm. Let's have a look. See here. See if we can do some nice things. So that the light shines on that side so I can see what I'm doing. Rotate to 5 degrees. No. 1. There we go. Ah, yes. But I forget. I do this. I do that. I copy. I do this. And I paste. Genius. Man, that is such a smart trick. Here we go. Bring it down a notch. Mm. Now we duplicate. We could probably increase this to 25. Actually, no, 25. There we go. Bam, bam, bam. unselect this one, select this one to move the little gizmo. And just try and leave it exactly the same. So it's just, there we go. Bam. Delete this one. There we go. We got some Pier cover. Oh. Okay. Maybe a little bit out on the x-axis. It's like 1 centimeter. Five. Well, no, not even 5. It's 1. Maybe like 3 degrees. And then just move it in. And that should be okay. Beautiful. Now we need a little bit on this side. And then we're just going to do a quick double check. But I think, how long has this been going on? Almost 5 hours. Damn. Doesn't feel like it. That is crazy. Almost 5 hours. We're going to use that pretty cool trick. Gonna select this one, select these. Come on, dude. No. Okay. Select, and delete these. Select this one, right click, copy group properties, paste group properties. Now, like so, and just duplicate. The nice thing about this Avenger is we can do the Alt duplicate trick. That is what is pretty cool. That's one thing I think they found from Unreal Engine, which was like, oh my word, we need to add this. There we go. Potentially, we could go crazy. Let's see how crazy we can go. but it needs to fit the environment. That's the one thing. It needs to, shouldn't be like, oh, damn, that's a small port for a big ass crane. I can see it. I can see it. With just one. Big ships on this side. I'm gonna rotate this just to give it some character. Okay, okay, yeah. It could work. It could work. And then we're gonna go to naval. We're gonna go to slipways. And on these slipways, we're just gonna add a few of these slipway rails. Press Control 4 to snap it to the angle of this, like so. Rotate it by 5. Nah, by 1. It's probably like 2 degrees. Look at it again underwater. There we go. Just like that. And that should be pretty good. We got that. Trying to figure out what these things are. Cradle. Slipway cradle. Is that where like the boats go? Indeed, indeed, we are short of rails. My ADHD was like, oh, shucks, I forgot about this side. But yes, we need rails. Where are the rails for this thing? Should be over here somewhere. Slipway, not slipway. Haha, thank you, Mr. Avenger. Now we know. Okay, gonna search rail. If we can't find rail, harbor railways. Yes, these are the ones. Five. That should, yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Nice in between. Should be able to move this guy up with like 5. Set him nice on top. Now, obviously, a player's not going to be like, hey, man, where's this thing? But it's always nice to have a little bit of this. Gonna move it up with 1. Perfectly in the middle. Center. Ten. Duplicate again. And I'm going to add a end rail on the other side so that he doesn't fling off. Okay. You take this, this, and this, and this, and this. Rotate it 180 degrees and drag it all the way to the other side. Like so. Drag it over and try and place it as closely as you can to these wheels. And it's floating. Make sure it's not floating. The way you do that is Control 3. Yeah, snap it to the terrain. The other ones as well. Control 3, snap to terrain. Lovely. And now this crane can move all the way over there and all the way over there. Lovely. And now as time goes on, we shall add more and more things to this pier. But now we're just quickly gonna have a look-see around, see what's going on. I think what I'll do is I'll place these pier things, and then it will be time to, unfortunately, end the stream and continue another day, as I am desperately craving a coffee, some food. Okay, copy and paste. Mr. Avenger, thank you for sending that into the Discord. I really do appreciate you. Okay, grabbing this one, copying its copy group properties, and going inside, grabbing this one, paste. All right, almost there. Just 3, 4 more, I think. Should do it on the other side. 3 more. There we go. What I'll do tomorrow is I'm gonna actually, before I do that, I'm gonna line this up real quick. And I'm gonna save. There we go. Beautiful. I might extend this pier just with one to the side and then bring in a beach. Maybe a few rocks and then a beach. And then, yeah, we're going to have a few containers on here. We're going to have a few containers. We're going to have a few dragon killer. Yeah, we could do that. A little polyline, this little polyline. Grab this, grab that. This thing could keep you busy for such a long time. Like you could spend the entire day like this, just making this pier look phenomenal. Oh, it didn't snap to ground. There we go. Select all, snap to ground. We go, grab this one, move them out a little bit. There we go. What we can now do is we can go to generators. And power lines. And I think the wooden ones should work just fine. Oh, no, not those ones. These ones. Put them on the ground. Like so. Now, we've got power. Now, we need generators or a power station. Well, no, but it goes into the ground. That's fine. That's fine. We'll start with the power station tomorrow. Power station. Actually, we'll finish up the pier. Then we'll move on to the lighthouse. I might move the lighthouse a little bit further out, just like that. Add some rocks and some stuff. Do something like this. Flatten it out. Not flatten, but you know, Do this. We'll put it on a little bit of a hill type of thingy. There's a lot we can do here. Bring up the ground around it. No, so that there's some rocks, you know. Always rocks around a lighthouse. Some crazy ass rocks. Here, I saw something here that I would like to use. Yes. Here we go. And then what do? We select all of these, right? Uncheck relative Y. What that means is if we start sculpting, we don't have to worry about it sinking into the ground. That's actually quite nice. There we go. Right. Damn. Mr. Avenger, you're on a roll with those tips. I appreciate you. Okay. There we go. We got some power. We've got a beach, which is great. Just flattening out these parts. Lovely. Okay. We could probably add these rocks on this side to here. Do some of these. Do that, and then we can go to prefabs. We can go to rocks, granite, and we can place some clusters. Some beach clusters. Huh. Actually, no. Interesting. Okay. Lovely. Let's just see prefabs. We want to go to props, construction. What is in construction? Nah, we don't need construction. Infrastructure, traffic cones, snow breakers. No. Maybe it's not in prefabs. Maybe it's just prefabs structures. And then infrastructure. And then here you can price like drainage stuff. Like these. Let's look at this. These. Bam. Rotate, rotate. Now we've got drainage systems in place. Oh, the little rocks. Yeah. No, definitely. Adding them to a. Yeah, we can add these drainage things. No, I don't think you would have these there, though. I don't know. They don't look too. I don't know if you would put them there, but we'll just leave them there for in case if I want to like start copying them and pasting them. Landlines. Landline. We can place landline somewhere. Like, there we go. Flatten this out. We'll just place a landline booth here for the time being. Sometimes you just need to place things around and then be like, oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe this will work, maybe not. So you just place things down. And when you come back to it, you're like, it could work or it couldn't work. Pavement, sewage, manhole covers could work. What else? What's towers? Transmission towers. I didn't think you would have a transmission tower in here. Or would you have an antenna? Yeah, nah. Pavements, piping. You could have some piping actually. We'll place down some piping for the gas or the petrol stuff. We go to industrial containers, silos, not silos, fuel tanks. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I started early today. I decided, you know what? I've started getting up at like 4 in the morning just so that, because I'm now in South Africa. So that means I can grab the Americans early in the evenings. So or earlier in the evenings than I would normally start streaming during the day, where it would be like early morning for them. So it was a strategic decision. So we'll place down these ones. Repair sheds. We don't need metal shed. Could potentially have sheds on this side. Place it with walls. Enough room for people to walk past. Yeah. Here we go. Smokestacks, towers, garages. We don't need garages. What we do need is we need containers. Now where are the containers? I think it's prefabs, props, industrial, container. Yes, there we go. I'll be placing the containers over here. 40-foot containers. There you go. Go like this. Okay. Oh my word. Avenger, it's 4 a.m. What you doing up, man? You should sleep. Oh man. An H-beam pillar. I mean, these things. I know. That's what I thought. I was like, are you gonna get them out? Here you've got the crane that picks them up and puts them at places. But that thought did occur to me. Okay. Here we go. We shall continue the stream tomorrow, as I have been busy with 5 hours, 2 minutes. So I appreciate every single one of you tuning in, watching the stream. Hopefully you guys learned something new. I definitely learned quite a bit today, especially the snapping tool. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thank you for watching. And thank you for the support, man. I really do appreciate it. We got some beautiful donations during the stream, and I do appreciate every single one of you, and I do appreciate it. It's great. And yeah, I shall see you guys tomorrow. I'll set up a stream tomorrow again. And if you would like to have any personalized assets, so I'm talking about like Blender assets, anything like that, go and give my Patreon check out my Patreon. I do some custom assets and so on and so forth in Blender. So yeah, have a look there if you want to support me on that side of things as well. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. I really do appreciate you, and have an absolutely fantastic day.